Hello, everyone. I should appear in a moment. And I am here. Okay. I'm gonna. More slime. More Minecraft slime. Geese. Square. I said square. Why aren't I becoming square? There we go. I'm square now. I'm ready for Minecraft. I am square. I am slime. I'm playing a mod that makes me a slime. Slime. Any issues? Any problems? I don't think so. Slime time. It's time to carry on us, kingdom of slimes. Bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum. Da 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 da. Bum bum bum. I don't know how to start a goddamn stream. All I do is a random that might not be funny or entertaining. I just carry on doing it right now. 'Cause this world is loading. Now I'm doing even more. And 100%. Yay. Come on, give me. Okay. This should now work correctly. Searching. Found. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I forgot to add something. Otherwise it doesn't work properly. To add the bit that makes it so Explorer's Compass shows, because there's an integration. Is there not? No. No, it's got to be in there already. So now it's just me being dumb. Well, I know the rough range is going to be 15,000 blocks. I should probably do some upgrades for my backpack first. I just thought that I should probably do some upgrades to my backpack. That one. So, let's take the dispenser, take the cobblestone, crafting table. That in there. Grab that. That. Got iron. String, leather. there anything else I need? Wood. What does packing tape do? I think I can only do 5. Yeah, I can only do 5 right now. So we need that. Pick up. Have I got any ender eyes? No, I can make ender eyes, that's fine. I can't make feeding tool. So that's 2. I mean, stack upgrade is always useful. I feel like I should have more iron. Do I also not have any copper? It's fine, I can get copper real quick. Do. Alright. Iron upgrade. So we get 1 for that. Is there anything else we need? I mean, the void upgrade is useful, but I can't make it. I should probably make first one. Bum bum. Bum. I can't make any of the upgrades, can I? Because they all need ender pearls. Nope, they don't. Do they always need it? They always need it. Settings. Do. Did I close my door? Does form hide my sound? What was I going to grab? I don't need food. I was going to check if my door was closed. Cheers. Oh yeah, welcome back. In the ocean. Great ore sword. Colosseum is so far away. So I'm going on a long explorer's mission to go find the Colosseum so I can set a mark there, because of course I can use it later as well. Oh, I got air flight I can learn. But no, we're just traveling really far, because I tinkered with the config file for Explorer's Compass, because otherwise it would take too long. Consume blocks. I need obsidian. I need crying obsidian. Okay, and then how effective is form hide? Does it hide me from sirens? It does. Plus also it gives us a chance to go out and get more loot as we travel. Plus hopefully I should get it mastered. Stood in the time frame that we have to get there. Oh yeah. I'll work on that next, because there's loads of them. Plus I'm pretty sure they respawn. Plus I want to master ores. Form hide is now done. I can learn haze. Let's get to a safe area and do some movements. Yeah, down here should be safe. Okay. Oh, I got a point. Dip. Let's go sprinting speed. So, we want bow wheels. Air flight, haze to learn. Strength cohesion I don't need to do anything with. Oh, it's overpowered. It is overpowered. Because, so, what the base of the mod for like the, what's it called? For the special one is, I need to turn off strength. I'm having a moment, give me a second because I'm reading. Strength's already off, okay. So, if we go to it, which is, that's not the right one, it's that one. So, I'm not sure. I think I can get... I don't think it's that high, but I did do the overpowered one because the base for that mod isn't that. It gives you... You can't do multiple paths. So, for example, if you did this tree, you'd either be able to go straight forward and do this tree, and that tree, but you wouldn't be able to do the rest. I've got one that makes and you can do all the trees. Of course, that's a lot of fighting to have to do it. I think that's worth it. Do form height. Close to mastering Aura Sword. Is it? It's not. I think hazes, which we can start to work on while we travel. Because we have a lot of travelling to do. Because it looked like the block went up to 15,000. Hey. Magic. Scrap the diamonds for later. Go this way first. Grab that one. Close that. Diamond. But I have a plan for that anyway, because I've got to... Because thanks to... What's it called? Thanks to the questing system, one of the summons is Orc Lord. Yeah. If I kill 100 orcs. So I need to technically set up an orc, like, spawning place, and then also an orc, a place that he can then gain EP quick. Don't need iron. I do need gold. Ah. Yep, there. What happened? Any more before we leave? Oh, there's gold. Gold. Grab. There we go. Then switch. Predator to stomach. Smelt. Is it slime thing? Because I installed that, but I can't get it to load up. My one does give me the chance to get uniques, but I have to complete high-level quests for it. Shit. Why am I starving? No, I do have something like that. If I kill Orc Disaster, I get an Orc Disaster token, gets me 1 iron coin. 1 iron coin gets me a random unique skill. No, it's because I've mixed it with another one that then gives it. So, for example, as part of that one, I can get multiple. On that set, it's technically it's defeat Elemental Colossus, gets you a copper coin, and then hardest quest is a mix of become Demon Lord and defeat. No, it's just become Demon Lord. It's the only one that gives you a gold coin, which is a selectable unique skill. Form hide. Doo -doo -doo. Why there's so many pixies? Copper gives you more EP and something else. More EP in the low Magisteel block. But I also have it turned on that I don't think it's part of this one, but I know it is. You also get a High Magisteel one for defeating the Colossus to then resummon the Colossus. Keep going. Because if I reach a point, I can turn off form hide for a second. I can show. Or it needs to turn daytime. That is a game rule. I couldn't remember. Which I believe I turned on because then we can keep fighting the Colossus. Because I find the Colossus is a great one for what's it called, for like tracking how strong you're getting. How many hits does it take? Does it take? Are you doing significant damage? Just stuff like that. I just find it as a good baseline. I will hit you. They do. Oh, we found another village. I already have temperature resistance because of where I'm a slime. Got carrots I can use. I don't need mending because I can get mending when I get Godly Craftsman. Form hide, haze. There's, yeah. But I've also got it that I do really want to get Godly Craftsman because I like using that when I reach. Because no point making an XP farm ever in this one because the fact that the Colosseum exists because we have the dungeon run we can do. We will get Degenerate, but it might be that we get Degenerate from random. Hopefully we get it from random, and then we can get Godly Craftsman from the gold one. Because then we can also repeat all those quests. All the requests are repeatable, and all the summons are repeatable. Do do do. Okay. Got air flight. I mean, we already got a fight with the other worlders anyway, because we get them. Because if we summon random other worlders, which we could summon any one of them, we can have a chance to get their skills, but also you then use that to summon Sisu. Once you've got Shizu, you can then summon, once you kill 3 of them, you can get Hinata to summon. So that one's like a progressive one, unlike Slime, which is kill 2000, get Super Slime. That's my skill tree. Another heart. Now we're at 20 hearts. Now we've got a normal Minecraft player amount of hearts. Even though we regenerate quicker. Practice form hide. And hey. There we go. Go up here. Batwell. Switch out for Haze. I know, but I can't ever do it because I'm like, I want to play Zoomer. I immediately do it every time. Turn off that. Switch format. Still trying to run away. There you go. Keep doing. Okay. 49. I got used to it for the first time I was playing it. There we go. Dragon skills. Where'd the lightning dragon go? Is that the dragon itself? It is. I mean, yeah. Plus, I want to get my armor up, because then I can get it to evolve. I will learn it, for just in case, because I've got Nightmare mode turned on for the dungeon. Wind attack resistance, fire attack resistance. And we get to loot its house. Okay, so what ones do we get in total? Flame attack resistance, dragon skin, dragon ear, flame manipulation is available to learn. Flame dragon breath, dragon's eye, thunder. Okay, so if we go. Let's mark these off. So resistances. Got flame attack resistance. I don't think I can yet, because I know I need to master them first. Okay, what resistance? Electricity, flame. I won't turn on heat nullification, otherwise I can't get heat resistance. Yeah. Got wind attack resistance. Okay. So let's mark that off. Keep pressing the wrong one. Wind. Intrinsic. So we got dragon skin, we got dragon eye, we got dragon ear, we got thunder, we got flame breath, we've got beast. We can now learn flame manipulation, but we put that on later. Hydraulic potion, we're learning that one. Okay. Strength and body and appraisal we're learning. I will. Oh, but I'm more likely to encounter them in the dungeon. I have heat sense. I have danger sense. I have magic sense, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to see. I have sound wave sense. Universe perception I've learnt. I can learn flame manipulation, but I can't mark it down because I have to defeat a flame spirit. Plus, they also just get summoned in the dungeon. There's no other battle wills I need to learn, and I haven't got any more ultimates. There we go. Don't need anything for that one. I will take that. I am learning. But I turned it off when I was fighting the dragon then because I didn't need to fly. Okay. It can be quicker to get up there. This one was golden. Bone. Don't need iron leggings. Actually, I do need the book because I can use that later. Gold. I love gold. So that's all the chests. Yeah. There you go. And we got Dragon down. What's Mastered Haze? Turn off air flight. Turn on haze. No, come back to it. How are you hitting me? There you go, exoskeleton. Since I opened Mastered Haze, I should now. Why is it untogglable? Oh, it's because I was in it. No, it is untoggleable. Ah, that's fine. Oh no, I have to toggle it on as in that way, okay. It's because the difference is, tells me in here, if I go Vowels, the difference is that Haze also hides completely to Magic Sense, whereas Form Hide does not. So one of them is made a lot more suited for player combat, whereas the standard is much more based for, what's it called? For just combat with mobs and such, which makes sense. And it's because then it gives you, like, if you want to do that kind of function, you're gonna have to actually fight it and use it. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about, of certain things should like upgrade like that, whereas they don't seem to in the natural progression of the game. They just turn into, well, you've reached this part where it's saying you've mastered it, but then certain skills, it would make more sense if they could go further. It's fine. I don't need to fight you. You can live. Live to fight another day. Air flights. See how that, because we can get double. We can, because we're traveling. a lot of blocks. Hey, there's another. Thank you. I should have picked up your gold nuggets from the other one. Ow. Is it when I open chests, I become visible for a second to you? XP. Dude, I'm fire resistant. Okay, that's it. Actually. Back. Thank you. Just for that. Take all your gold nuggets. Okay. Now, if we go backpack. I thought I had put in supplementaries, that's one I've got to remember to add. Otherwise we can't sleep when we're travelling. But what we can do now is... And there we go. More. How many diamonds do we have? Not enough. Excuse me. Plus, I also find having danger sense on at least allows me to have like a moment of, oh, it dings, someone's around. I understand. Like I'll probably turn it off when I get to the dungeon because it's obvious that I'm gonna have stuff trying to fight me all around. Because thanks to Magic Sense, I can see through walls anyway, and I have Universe Perception. Another one. I might as well eat it and get some. Aim over here. I think I get anything from the Blade Tiger if I play them. Did I get poison as an extra ability? I did, but I haven't mastered it, so I can't use it. then my attacks will do extra. Nope. Obsidian I need. For a second I thought it showed another dragon close by, and I was like, what? Okay. Oh dear. I'm in the right direction, I am. Were those two next to each other? No, it's because one's dragon bones. Give me your bones. Come here. You're great for getting up my resistances. I'm just generally P. Amethyst. Hey, netherite. Yeah, but any more? Nope. Get them up. Get them up. What's the difference? They're on 5,000 for that. No, I got the Explorer compass is set to the Colosseum, but I can't remember how to turn on the ability to like see the distance. So I'm just kind of following it in the direction that it's pointing, so I can get to a Colosseum, set up a point for me to be able to teleport. Direwolves. Why did I? Thought communication acquired. I'm not good at aerial combat. I'm really not good at aerial combat. But not really. Do. Closer to mastering air fights. I don't think I get anything from them if I eat them. The sea serpent. How far away are we from our home? 17,000. So we've got like another 10,000 to go. We're traveling, we're going. One of the things I know is once we get useful spots that I found is that if you get anything like merciless or any oral aura attack, if you find what's called a like a guardian temple, you can always set that up as like a farming point for EP and mastery of those kind of skills. Airflight has now been mastered, which then means, pretty sure that means like I need to remember where I'm setting these. I just get doubled. Because like having a guardian temple with a teleport point to it and then an aura base one, you can just farm. Don't need Frostwalker is what I'm going to need later, and Silk Touch. Elephant Stamp. That's the not very useful one, isn't it? I think so. I'll double check in a second. Where's Elephant Stomp? 8 arms, Elephant Stomp. Okay, so then if I go... because we need to learn them anyway. I know. I feel like Aura Shield should be less of a actual shield. Because I think it should be more of like... So if we take, for example, Haki, which of course is just Aura in its name, it would make more sense if it works like that, but in a term of partial barrier, but without any like knockback effect or be able to like create distance. Diamond Path grants player 10 armor points, naturally affect natural resistance, since it becomes toggleable. That is one that we will use later. Go, father.
I decided I need to speak Italian again. It's not because my nose is there that I need to let the knowledge go away from me.
So you're now going to speak it with me sometimes?
Buono. I'm watching a show in Italian, and I picked this one specifically because look, there's no
English.
So I'm forcing myself.
There's no.
And I'm so confused.
There's no crutch.
And I'm so confused because it's teenage show, so it's like teenage Italian, and I'm used to 90-year-old granddad.
You don't need your show.
Italian.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit, and I'm so confused, and I want you to watch it with me.
They suggested read body language.
To who?
to you because they can hear what you're saying. When you shout, it gets even louder into my mic, especially with how close you got then.
I'm Italian.
We're
don't
both
know-
Italian.
I just don't know how to, communicate because I only used to speak with my granddad, and he passed away like 4 years ago
Whereas my granddad refuses to speak it.
because his grandmother won't let him.
Yeah, because she didn't learn because she's an asshole.
And then he didn't learn, but I learned. But then he passed, and he's the last person I was obligated to speak Italian with.
Whereas I'm learning because I want to.
And I'm trying to relearn.
Traveling across the ocean because my place is far. Shoot.
A bucket, dear God. Oh, okay, got it.
What did you think it was?
I couldn't read it for a second. The letters are getting mixed up in my brain.
Jumping around.
Love you.
I love you too. You feeling better, present wife?
Va bene.
Va bene.
And I realized the only thing I can make up is all the swear words. I know all of them. So I know what they mean. The bees communicate? Oh, they communicate dancing, don't they?
Yeah, bees.
What am I trying to say, honey?
I'm hungry.
I am.
Bees communicate by shaking their butt and releasing pheromones, but there's also a really ant communication is
you open the
fascinating.
box now because he will only start speaking about bees and random facts
So,
about stuff.
No, ants. Guess how ants communicate? It's not through movement.
Kissing.
It's not the kissing part.
How?
It's the throw up.
Oh yeah, they throw up.
They throw up into each other's mouths.
No, those are bees. They throw up into each other's mouths to make honey.
Yeah. They release their hormones in as part of it. Will Formhide hide me from a gorgon?
The show's really good. I recommend it. If anybody wants to watch it, it's called Scam with a K.
I need to make an eye mask. Did I get wool?
Use blindfold. What are you gonna eat, sweetie?
I'm trying to remember how I make a blindfold. Blindfold. Got it. There we go. I should be strong enough to take on a gorgon.
Oh, I love Minecraft. You still haven't done my laptop, have you?
No.
Please do, because I want to play. No, I don't want to play. I do want to play. Do I? I can still.
You still haven't played on your other one.
I have. A bazillion times. I just want a new one because it's. Oh yeah, I can finally see what stickers I'm gonna keep. What are these demons?
What demons? No,
they're
that's Star
fireworks.
Wars.
Okay, I don't want. I want side up and Bulbasaur. Where'd you get these from?
I got them from my computing teacher. As a reward. Yeah. As a reward for one of our classes, we were given stickers.
Why did he give you stickers?
Oh, she gave them out to the class.
Oh, okay.
Because, of course, it was... What was it? It was a bunch of men. And she was like, they're only going to want a couple of stickers. Immediately, I completed the test as quickly as possible so I could get all the stickers. It's not touchscreen.
Why did it just move when I touched it, though?
It's not touchscreen.
It just moved.
Because it just moved.
It's so lightweight compared to my other one.
Yeah, because your other one is 2 times the size.
Your dad's gonna love it. Oh, the owl I gave you.
Yeah, I put it on there.
I spent a lot of time cutting that owl.
I know.
And they stopped doing it. They don't do the owl anymore. It's not another animal.
The only stickers that I want to refine from that one are the serial killer ones, and then the other ones I'm going to get randomized.
These.
No, Those are Star Wars. That's Hellboy. I love Hellboy.
Okay, I want the milk. I want Psyduck. I want Pikachu and I want Bulbasaur. And I
Sweetie.
want that one. And I want one Baby Yoda. That one.
You get all of them.
I don't want all of them. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Oh, I do want Gengar.
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 It's a serial killer. It's the Bates Motel.
Oh.
It's a knife in the juice.
And I'm gonna put all my Hello Kitty ones over it. What's that one?
That one's Squirrel.
That one's Squirrel?
It's Squirrel and a Pokeball.
Oh my god.
For my singular viewer, she's currently looking at my old laptop, which is going her laptop, and I put stickers all on the back, which is a bunch of Pokemon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 17 stickers.
And it has a lot of Baby Yoda just in one corner.
Yeah. And I want all the Baby Yodas, but I don't want these. Can I remove them? Oh, yes, it's mine.
Ow!
Sorry, love. Sorry. I got up because I needed to pee and I'm still here and I haven't peed yet.
Go pee.
Why is your chair by Mercedes?
My chair isn't by Mercedes.
It has a Mercedes logo on it.
I did watch Project Hail Mary. I really enjoyed Rocky. Key Maze. Sorry, what?
It has a Mercedes logo on it.
It doesn't have a Mercedes logo on it.
Oh, they don't stick anymore.
Yeah, that's why I said as soon as you take them off, they're done.
I'm gonna keep them for you. You can keep. I'll buy the sticker thingy.
You mean double-sided tape?
I haven't watched Project Hail Mary.
I did.
He's trying to force me to, but I'm a person that I hate being forced to do stuff, so I just did it out of spite. But I did want to watch it.
I mean, it is the translation. Oh, I can learn hockey.
Do you want the actual Yoda instead of being Baby Yoda?
No, the main ones I want. If you're taking them off,
I'm not giving you Gengar.
that's fine. Are you having Mudkip?
Yes.
I'll take.
I'm having all the Pokemons.
You're having all the Pokemons. That's fine.
And I want all the Baby Yodas, but I don't want
That's Baby Yoda.
That ain't him. That's Yoda.
No, that's Baby Yoda sipping a cup because he's still got wrinkles. I want Fukami.
And what's that thing?
That's what's it called? That's Bulbasaur eating a. What's it? Ah.
And I don't want this Pokemon because it's too furry looking for me.
What's too furry looking?
That one.
Umbreon.
I'm not a big fan of him or her.
They don't have gender.
I know, that's what I said. Him or her.
Well, they do have gender, but
They do have gender. I remember we used to collect them and they used to come up as him and...
yes, they have gender because the stickers aren't in the game. They don't actually have a gender. But that's a Bulbasaur eating of not a Vulpix. That's the electric type version. Now my brain's trying to remember.
Oh shit. They stick to each other.
Eating the bulb of a Bulbasaur is eating a plant. Eating the body is meat.
Meat. Yes, I agree.
But the no, you'd be able to eat all of it because it would be like, in a weird way to put it, it would be like having a Peking duck with like the lettuce and cucumber and like leek add-ons, dons, because it's like a cooking piece with it.
What brand is this?
Bulbasaur's not. Ivysaur and Venusaur are.
Oh no!
You ripped off his ear.
I did. I gotta get one in.
I liked it, that one. It's cute.
Okay, you can put them back together. Sticker. I have 2 Hello Kitties that are stuck back together. On my other laptop. Oh my god. Can I give my laptop to that with all the Hello Kitty stickers?
No, he doesn't want them with any stickers. I've got to remove them.
No, it's so funny though. There you go, I fixed them for you. What can you use now?
Later on versions he is, but in the original version he's just grass, because otherwise he'd have an unfair advantage over any of the other starters. Technically yes, because allspice is poison. I died of poison. So far away. I need to get poison resistance.
Look at this baby.
Oh, fuck. I have 13k to travel. Because I didn't realise I was dying. Because I wasn't paying attention to my health. Sprinting speed. Oh, it's Pokemon. It's 100% Pokemon. Because it's... They say it, like they use Pokemon are part of like food and such. You don't want the fruit gummy?
I do, I just want to move him so I can take the other ones out. You're an idiot.
I'm not an idiot.
Let them move overlap each other.
Yeah, because if you're gonna put stickers on a laptop, fit as many as you want.
Where's your inventory? No. Which ones did you buy?
Because there's no just milk. I
Yeah,
bought
which
regular
ones?
show,
Regular show.
but I can't find where they are.
I have a theory where they are.
Because I know I didn't get rid of them.
No. Theory. Fine! Christ almighty.
12,000 blocks to go.
Oh.
Thank you.
You should buy some more stickers for you, Mila.
I know.
Well, let's see if I can find anything else.
Tomorrow? We'll go to cinema tomorrow.
Go there.
There's no cinema at Cribbs Causeway.
What? There is!
No, there isn't.
Above the Pizza Hut.
Oh, I'm not surprised the Backrooms got a movie for SCP. Not at all. Backrooms is a more... What's it called? Is a more, like, open-upable to people in, like, mainstream media, whereas SCPs, each SCP needs its... really, you'd need to do it as a long-running franchise, or even, like, a long-standing TV show where it's, like, an hour-long episode on each SCP. Do not heat up the back of the laptop with an egg. That too. Plus, it's the fact that SCPs can also overlap in terms of each stuff, and other ones could contradict other ones. Whereas the Backrooms, as far as I can understand, has more coherent story.
Oh shit. What's the name of that thing again?
Umbreon.
I just ripped his tail.
My favourite evolution.
Sorry.
Dark type.
It's fine. It's fine. Eesh.
The more problem they have with Marvel is they kind of... A lot of things have a problem currently that they get made by people, and when they make them, instead of either carrying on expanding the checkpoint, instead of carrying them on in a way that they can later on like have it all laid out, they stopped doing that. Like the first phase 1 of Marvel was laid out out in terms of all of the ones were coherently together. Then they stopped having a coherent story. They started going with, well, here's the end point. Carry on with however you want to get to that end point. But because they did that, it fails. Let it shrivel up and die. I don't want it to die just for the reason of I enjoy Marvel. I enjoy DC, but DC has been mismanaged so much. Like, I don't understand people's problem with the juxtaposition of the latest Batman film. It's because in the comics, so one of the best ways to describe, for example, like a Spider-Man comic, at any point you could have Hulk appear, at any point you could have Iron Man appear, at any point, because they're all normally around New York City, so they normally have been connected. The problem is Marvel goes either massively in the movies right now, them being connected, or not being connected at all. Like, you've got the whole Daredevil series. Loved it, loved Daredevil as a character to great use. But then they...
Oh, I love Venom.
Yeah, you love Venom.
I have a thing for Venom. I love Venom. I have every single Venom Lego
except for one.
Available.
Except for one, which is the Sandman fight one.
Cute.
But no, it's stuff like they can appear in any one of his ones. Like Daredevil, it should have had Spider-Man appear just for the simple reason of if there is a massive thing like that happening in New York, Spider-Man is involved. It's hardly ever Spider-Man's not involved.
I ruined that one. Look.
I think what would be better is if they went back to having so they keep doing like the planned out movies. Actually have one person plan out, here are the main story beats again. These are the points. Here is how the characters. Yes, you have a director. You can have other directors come in, but have the directors understand that characterization such has to be the same because Thor in the first two films is very much a novella, the style like Shakespearean. I know. They also keep killing off characters or not killing off characters, and it makes it go shit, and it just doesn't work. Either have your characters fully die or don't. But also, it's comic books. In comic books, you could have one person get shot one issue, the next issue they're back. This issue they're back because random magical compliance. Love and Thunder had one thing that made it fail more was the fact that it didn't. Is that it? If you take out Gore the God Butcher and did it as a separate one, as in, sure, have a romantic Thor film, you can do that, but then don't have gore in it. Gore needs its own, like, this is a dark time for Thor, there is no turning back for Thor. Having him light-hearted and jokey doesn't work. And Ironheart's main problem is that they set up too many people to be Tony's successor, but then they decided a completely new person would be his successor. So, because even like Ironheart in the comics is very much it was also just a weird choice in general. Well, Christian Bale tries to play Gore like Gore would be of like angry at the gods going against it, but they also just made him too human. She mainly just appeared as a stand-in for a time to cover for Tony when he was this very big exclamation points dead, but he came back not that long after because he was a hologram at the time and he transferred his consciousness into it and he gets a new body, then he's fine. So it was very much a weird choice to go, that's what we're going with, especially since they're not bringing Iron Man back. That's also one of the problems. They should have done... You don't need the same actor. You don't need the same actor for every character. to have. You can have them all in the same universe. You don't need the same actor each time.
You want Gengar?
Hmm?
You want Gengar?
I love Gengar, but I feel like you're gonna rip him off. Who did you just say that is?
That one too.
I do like Mudkip. I do like Gengar.
Because I'll give you the cat looking frog looking.
You mean the Bulbasaur eating the? Oh, fucking hell! I really can't remember what that one is. It's the Pokemon that looks like a Pokeball. Voltorb. That's it.
Ah!
You're 1 second too late. It is Voltorb. Because he eats it.
He knows everything. Or she.
It's not Electrode because it's the wrong way around.
There you go. You can have him, but he's missing a slither now. I can fix it. Once you stuck it down, you can fix it. And I'm gonna try not to rip Gengar.
Or Mudkip.
Probably one of them's gonna have to be sacrificed. So you pick your favorite now.
You know which one's my
The
favorite.
wife or the baby?
You know which one's my favorite.
If you say, oh, do you want to have a plushie of? You have plushie of both of them.
Which one do I have more plushies of? Which one did I make a plushie of? Gengar. Which one do I have headset on right now of? Gengar. Boys ending. It was never going to end the way it was gonna. They changed too much from the comic books for it. Like the comic books ending might not be like a massive.
You watched The Boys?
Yes.
With Captain, whatever his name is? Not the same show?
No.
What one am I thinking of?
I don't know what one you're thinking of that you said Captain.
It's not Captain. What's his name? The
Soldier Boy?
Yes.
Yeah, I watched it. I've also read the comics. They changed too much from the comics, so it meant they didn't have this. They couldn't ever do the sweetie.
Sorry. I fixed it.
They sidelined Moreau. They spent too long building up plot lines and then doing nothing with them. It wasn't going to work when you spent more time trying to create an expanded universe and not thinking, this is our last season. This is what I mean. But I wouldn't say any of the... Because this is one that confused the shit out of me, was people going, the episode where it switches POVs from Firecracker to Sage and all of them, it's a filler episode. No, it did have a slight grip in the ending of it shows each part of what each person wanted their ending to be and what they were going through. But when you're doing it as the way they did it, it does turn to a bit of a like, can we not just move on to the actual to an actual more important story beat, and why not explore? Because they gave Homelander V1, which okay, in the comic books, there isn't V1. V1 isn't an actual thing. It's all the same type of V. For V, you just have the only like different type is. It's because they didn't actually think about it for that bit. They just thought, I form hided like this, so I may not form hided. Now I'm form hided. Give me your EP.
Why?
I don't know. Because you keep flicking it as you're touching it.
I sit down?
Yeah. I know, I can see.
I'll buy you a new gator. I love you, behave.
I love you too. What do you mean? What's that one?
Don't look at it. It's dead. I killed it. Unintentionally.
You killed Rick
I'm
Grogu.
sorry.
I'm dying. Am I not dying? I'm not. I'm fire resistant. I'll take the magic potion. What was it? It's more. They built up so many plot points, they built up so many things, and then they never. They weren't going to land the execution, no matter what. They weren't going to land the execution just because they never thought that far ahead of it ending. Because of course, the showrunner who did it was the showrunner for Supernatural, and Supernatural kept going, and I do believe he thought it was going to be the same of it wasn't going to end. This is one of the weird ones. If you've read the comics, what Deep is like in the comics is way different. They turned so Deep in the comics is less of an Aquaman. But even then, they made Allfather die, I'd say, in a way that doesn't quite make sense for how they set up Deep. Yeah, so Deep had a helmet, but also Deep was more based off what's it called? Off like Black Manta and such. He could also fly. Fly out in the comics, he could just fly. He was a very serious character. No, the Deep in the comic books is one of the few seven to survive. No, they just forced the ball gag in his mouth that Ashley had got for him literally maybe like a couple minutes before, and that then caused him to like explode his mouth. But if that was like a way of killing him, and in the weirdest way, Ashley and his marriage was weirdly wholesome because they were getting along and they didn't have really any problems with each other. That she had got him that, and she had specced out for him. So you think that his active wife, who did seem to care for him, this is what I mean. They kind of. I don't feel like Ashley would have got a ball gag. I selected the wrong Colosseum. Yeah, they plead. They plead killed him. But please one makes sense. All combustion benders should have like a weird curse with them of no matter what, they always pass via their bending. Because there's even, I think it's Yang Chen also fought combustion benders. It's also a weird choice of. They've done it now with like 5 different characters where all their weaknesses seem to be based off them dying by their own power in that way. When it comes to sonic powers, a lot of them it's set up that their sonic powers are something that they're able to handle because it makes sense because any sonic ability will immediately come with like bodily changes that would make you able to survive stuff like that. Whereas let's take for example, if one had Yang Chen is the reason why fucking combustion bending is not really known as an art half the time. Because Yang Chen was like, I bet one once I am not dealing with that ever again, and just went with it. Which makes sense, because it is an incredibly overpowered form of bending. he didn't combustion bend, but he did do a move that seemed like combustion bending, which makes sense. Because if you take it from the perspective of bending, combustion bending is just focused fire bending in a very specific, like, you focused it to a point where any hit will be will be a yes, because if you look at how fire bending works for lightning bending, it's very much the same as, so we got space spirit, we got teleport, we got gate. What else do we get? We got spatial manipulation, gate, shrink, space, teleport. I will at some point. I'm not going to do it now though. We got shrink. I'm pretty sure it said we got. Did we get swipe? No, we got space. But then if we go to here, magic charming. Is it not on this one? We're currently learning hockey. Earth. I've done Hungar Kung Fu. I've done it. I did it for many years. I can do. I think I did learn some Mantis, which is Toph's bending style is based off Hungar's technique of Mantis style. It also makes. I feel like it makes the most sense in terms of what's it called? In terms of use normally, whereas all the other bending types tend to have like a weird jump, such as I don't mind Legend of Korra, but Legend of Korra throws me off with some choices. But all the sub-elements make sense. The only parts that don't make sense is when you start going stuff like lava bending. Lava bending, I think, is the only one of it which makes me question for a second. Because lava bending, at what point do you switch between it being lava bending and it being a form of fire bending? Because we have heat bending. Because fire bending isn't really a good name for the bending type, because you have stuff like, what is it? Sozin, when he goes to save Roku, for some reason, as part of it, he can, what's it called? Oh, what is it? He bends smoke out of the volcano, which means this is what I mean. But where's the point of when it switches from lava bending to being Ying fire bending? They don't actually ever, like, I want it to set those lines and have them physically explain to us when is the actual point of us going, this is fire bending. But this is the part, we've seen fire bending move smoke. And not just any way of moving smoke, it moves smoke in the same way as lightning bending. And it went through the user in terms of through their fingers and out to the other side, and it physically went through them. It was done by Sozin. Sozin did smoke bending and fume bending from an active volcano. And part of that, he sapped away the heat. So that means they can do heat transfer and heat removal. Which, if they can do heat transfer and heat removal, then they're not actually firebending. I just because they very much rooted the system in being bending is not, although it is a fantastical we couldn't do it in our world. They keep specifying it is not magic; it is spiritual in depthness. So where is the cut? Where is the cut off of? I like having defined lines. I always like having because not even for I don't know why people do scaling. Scaling does not work. That makes sense to me for one reason. It's the same as acupuncture in terms of it is a pressure point. Waterbending make firebending is the most bullshitty to me. Waterbending makes sense. The problem is when you get into what's it called, psychic style bending, which waterbending is the only one that gets, which is the one I believe is shown the most. It doesn't. It goes immediately against the system they created of there has to be that movement, which made sense. Perfume contains water as part of the distilling process, so that made sense to me. Blood makes sense to me because we do actually have water as part of our blood. So it makes sense. But the part that and putting the full moon limit, great. You've made a conscious choice and it's made it a more susceptible usage, whereas it contains less than 10%, yeah, but it's the part of if you're able to control, let's take let's take water droplets for example, because that is one that they do quite often is water droplets. Where is the amount of water that's present effective to the amount of bending that's done? If they defined that better, it would make stuff work. Let's take, for example, if Ang... Oh, you bastards. If Ang were to bend air, how much air needs to be present for Ang to be able to do anything he does? What is the actual amount? But that's also the thing of technically a sandbender should be able to do the same. Because it is just drying someone out via using a coarse substance. So it's that question of where is the cutoff point of when it stops being seal silk has been acquired. Yeah, but that is also one of... So if we took, for example, water bending, we also have instances of super bending. This is the point of, because we don't have those defined, this is when it stops being this element, we run into issues like, what's it called? We run into issues like, what is the cutoff point if I have a liquid? Where's the cutoff point of it being water? Because we have soup bending, we have perfume bending, we have blood bending. Why couldn't an earthbender bend glass? At what point does glass The weakest element is fire, and the fire also has, in my point of view, the most bullshitty one of if it can get to the point of it's going from just being general fire to superheated plasma, which is. I dropped my axe. When did I drop my axe? But that's the thing, you don't super need. Air can make. Don't forget, air can also make walls. You can make walls of fire. Well, the only person who makes walls of fire is Zhong, which is incredibly funny to me. That they did just randomly give like certain benders like their own like specialist move, and what do they give the person who's meant to be one of the best fire benders out there, Zhong? Just firewall. That's his specialized. His special one is just firewall. It's like Uncle Iroh's is breathing fire, yeah, like a dragon, and is his specialized one. Zuko's is a little breakdown. Ozai also does it, but Iroh's the one that specifically names it as like the dragon one. Ozai only does it in a fit of, well, my arms are used up. Shit. Breathe fire. Also, airbending is in its actual kung fu form does not make sense for a simple reason. Because do you know what it takes to specifically become an airbending master? Crippled benders are a great thing because it's like Mantis style, which is specifically what Toph uses for her earth bending, like the real world basis. The lady who made it is blind. The lady's blind. She created Mantis fighting style on the basis that she herself was blind and what needed to protect herself, so she mastered style of kung fu based on what she feel from playing Mantis to then create a fighting style, which then is used for a bender. Duh. Because it doesn't, it's not used as like a crutch, it's used as an actual basis. But airbending, which her one confuses the shit out of me because it is another telepathic bending. Because it's not like we see her like using her legs to then create water arms to then use them as structures. No, she is fully telepathically bending these as her arms. I really wish they made the choice of, if you're gonna have telepathic bending, at least have like a reason. The difference is the Sparky Boom people are based off a part that they should have gone into is based off specific because they went into Chi and they went into Karma and they went into blocked chakra points in terms of like Aang. What's happening with the Sparky Boom man and Sparky and the lady Sparky is that they are concentrating all of their like bending ability into a certain point. Oh no, he does it with his face. He bends. He has enough earth control. He can bend with his face. Which even that is bullshit. But at least when he bends with his face, it's only like he creates like small structures for him because we see him move like entire houses. Houses made of stone. He arguably, I'd say, other than Toph, does like the largest like earth bending structure moves, and all of his are very much he does full movements with all of them, except for the time he face bends. Technically, but this is the part. If you're going to set that as the basis, that means you should have it every time they do it. This is the part they could have a crippled bloodbender because they go through like the whole Yakone having telepathic bloodbending, but they do like a weird influx of some reason. The telepathic bloodbending can only be when it's not a full moon. If it is a full moon, they cannot do it. Well, that doesn't make sense. Like in universe, it does not make sense that a bloodbender, well, a psychic bloodbender would only be able to do it when the moon is not full. It should be the bloodbending can only be done psychically during a full moon. Oh, that one annoyed the shit out of me. Because the whole point is the imperfection of the metal. If it's that small, how much earth is going into that metal for the actual bending part? Where is the like cutoff for it? So we now have some more resistances. We got water resistance and we got ice resistance, cold resistance, that's it. Was it cold resistance? Yeah. Especially if you're gonna base bending off movement. Until your body physically would reject it and it would die. Because you can only do stuff like that to a point, and then your body would start to fail. Because this is the part they went into like the whole. Where is it? That way. It makes sense to not be canon until you go once again, where's the cutoff for Earth? Because calcium. You can get rock formed calcium. So where is the cutoff? Calcium is a rock. You can get calcium-based rocks. So it's then that. But this is the question: if we're basing off Earth, because we're now actually told what element basis it's going off for it to be Earth. So where is the cutoff? Is it Earth as in specifically like what's it called? What is the element mental? If you were to look at the goddamn fuck, my brain's going the periodic table. What is the basis that we are taking to be as Earth? Is Earth specifically carbon? Because if it's carbon, everything has carbon in it. Where is the basis that Earth is Earth? Is water... Yeah, that's also the fact. Water makes sense for time of day, and so does fire technically when you're basing off solar objects in terms of being fire is stronger in sunlight, which is meant to be like based off heat, and water is stronger depending on the moon based off the fact that moon-wise gravity from the moon does affect tidal changes. this is the point. They started doing stuff like that and then decided no. Yeah. But they decided not to. Like, would an earthbender be stronger during an earthquake? Because tectonic plates are moving. Does that mean earthbenders are stronger from tectonics? Because that would make sense for badger moles. They live in the earth, they have a whole bit based off seismic sense, so the seismic part, could they be stronger from tectonic movement? But this is the part they decide not to explore that. Is an airbender stronger in the eye of a storm? That one's based off spirituality, which is where the part of like Aang having his like back cracked fixes his spiritual dilemma, is because Aang has at that point he's reached a spiritual like awakening again. Yeah. But this is also the question of where is the cutoff point between flying, as in like the airbending style of self propulsion, and the airbender gliding. Where is the cutoff point? Is the form of me creating a tornado under myself as a form of transportation not counted as flying because I'm off the ground and I am like self moving? Where is the cutoff point? Yeah. Why can't airbenders use that? Why can't earthbenders create a boulder under my... Let's say I was an earthbender, why can't I create a boulder under my feet and use that to fly? Where is the cutoff point? Because I have solid earth under me. I'm using it as my bending is intending. Where is the cutoff point? And because they stopped like considering stuff like the cutoff points for stuff like that, it doesn't... It's not even the names of the bending. It seems the people in universe are affecting the creativity so much of their types, either because... But I do think one of the worst choices they could have made was the change in how the fighting styles are used, because it does not make sense to me that, for example, when Bolin is teaching Korra, they switch earthbending to be like boxing style of planting your feet to like pop out or bits. It's been like the Avatar world. It's been multiple generations. We've seen that. We know there's been thousands of avatars. You're telling me in that entire time, not once they've discovered that. They've discovered the like non-traditional form on the style bending in all that time. Only after the 100-Year War did it jump. It's also, if you look at the creative director of Korra, they're like the Aang basis of like Aang for some reason turning into a white man. Hmm. Kyoshi would have been a great one. Instead of rolling forward, roll backwards into avatars. You don't need to go on to the next avatar in the cycle. Cool, because you could do an avatar at any point in time. Yes, if we did someone like Kyoshi or Yang Chen or any of them, we have seen from our side, we could tell like a rough time that we know they're going to pass. But anyone's in the past, we don't know when they're going to pass. We don't know how they're going to die. Most of them, we don't know how they lived. So that means you can still have like what's it called? Have stakes and points. Oh, what's his name? Kuruk? I think it was Kuruk. Or that might have been another water vendor. But yeah. Fucking Yang. Airbending mastery pisses me off. Because do you remember what the basis for airbending mastery is? It's not the tattoos. It's specifically in how, if you remember the exact condition that gets you tattoos and puts you as an airbending master, it's something that pisses me off. Pisses me off of how they wrote it and specifically put it down. Because it immediately just does not work when you think about it. She was. But do you remember what the basis for being like an airbending master is specifically? Like to be counted as an airbending master? The specific condition to get your airbending tattoos to become a master was that you had to develop your own form. But if developing your own form was the basis for the mastery, but they set out specifically that there was 24 forms. If there's only 24 forms, that would mean that there should only be 24 previous masters, because it's meant to be based off like each form, the next person then learned it, and the next, and the next, and the next. Well, if there's only 24, that means somewhere along the line, they just stopped adding on these developed forms, and they just went to these other set forms. That's the point. Also, that means every single one of the airbending masters, which we see quite a few, at some point developed their own form. But then what's the point in... Because let's take the air scoot, for example. That's put down as Aang's, like, specific... He has mastered airbending, he can get his airbending tattoos. How do we not know that an airbender, let's say, like 5 Avatar generations back from him, didn't create an air scooter? Didn't create a form of airbending where they create a ball and go around in it. But then also from that, stuff like Tenzin, then Tenzin's air like mastery form that he made that got him his airbending tattoos is a variation. Oh, Gyatso 100% made something like that. But I think Gyatso, in a weird way to put it, is like would be better if we put him down as like a grey avatar. Not grey avatar, like a grey Jedi, as in he had a religion slash duty, but he didn't follow it completely. Because he's the only one that seems to have had offensive airbending compared to everyone else who's very much either defensive or... None of them are meant to be straightforward, like killing attacks. It's meant to be a pacifist fighting style, and yet Gyatso is shown not to. They say they can't, but then we have parts in universe that show that they can, and they also have parts that show that they can't, such as at the Earth Rumble when the boulder... Is it the boulder? It might not be the boulder. I haven't watched it. I've been waiting for it to actually come out release because, well, I understand fans were like, it's ready, it can come out. Not even like the studio bit. It's a bit of one of, yeah, but this movie, if we had waited, there would have been another chance of another one. Now that it's been leaked, it now means there's a chance they will not make another one. I know I've had partial leaks. I just haven't watched it.
We need to go to Tesco's tomorrow because I've decided I want to make soup and I have not a single ingredient by for soup.
Okay, but we are going to the cinema tomorrow.
Make me.
Sweetie, you promised me.
Make me. Fine now.
Thank you. We will get your stuff for your soup, though. Technically, they were. Because there's a... I think there's a version of Air Slash which is used more as a staff form. There's also one. They have staff forms. Why is airbending the only one that seems to have a weaponry add-on? Ah. No, there is. Like when Aang goes, like he's just learned it, he's on top of the drill, he's learned earthbending. He doesn't cut the earth by using earthbending. We specifically see airbending slashes come out that cut through the earth. Or hammer would be great for earth. Displacement, strength, moving through. I'm surprised we never had it that Zuko did firebending in combination with his broadswords. Even though they're twin broadswords in the form of, but the form he uses is more butterfly knives. Well, Chinese butterfly knives. Where it's two blades used in tandem in that form. Like he could have firebent as an extension onto them. Or we quite literally hear it really often, waterbending whips. If airbenders weren't pacifists, yeah, they'd be a threat, which is part of the reason why, weirdly enough, it's understandable from, even if you took it, even though it was propaganda, it's understandable from the firebending populace's side, because 100% people would know, like, airbenders. You mean rope darts? Maybe? I think the problem with the rope dart would be more... it's not... that anyone's, like, distance ones. Fans make sense, because, like, the whole one for... what's it called? For Kyoshi was the fans were partially added for stuff like airbending and precise bending, because where she was such a physically large person, she struggled with precision, and when she got into airbending, they suggested fans to help, and it turned into, well, if I use the fans closed, they are really helpful in other forms. Her fans didn't have spikes. They weren't the weaponized like version of fans. They were just strong, normal fans. Because like weaponized fans are meant to have like sharp edges and blades on the end. Nope, her ones were regular fans. Stuff like that. I mean, Kyoshi's time seemed to be, weird way to put it, but relative peace. Because we had, what's his name, who wanted to expand the Earth Kingdom, that she didn't kill, but she'll take the kill for. For she had the person who thought they were going to become the Avatar that she fought, but no like massive events compared to like others. That was it, Jin the Conqueror. But it's stuff like that. Kyoshi had relative peace because she was a strong Avatar and she'd have like 200 years. But I also think that's because it seemed like Kyoshi never had a spiritual like part to her one. Because it all seemed to get sorted by the Avatar before her. I just dropped my axe. I think most people were. There is. Okay, and then air flight. But it's stuff like the avatars seem to have extended lifespans because of their spiritual connection. But then they decide to not. They go into spiritual connection in the wrong way. Because they have spirits, but then they don't go in further with like. So like they go through the whole chakra bit with Aang, but then with Kyoshi they completely ignore it. You're also telling me in the time that Core is around, we know Tenzin was meant to be a spiritual one. Yeah, that's the point of. They have so many arts that they could do, but then they all seem to get either lost to time or no one passed them on, which is not the way that either their basis that they take it off, which is fighting styles and kung fu of someone. If someone creates a style, normally they then have pupils and they pass it down. But they seem to have styles that would be created but then never passed down. My guess it would be an Avatar specific. Because a fully realized Avatar can bend multiple elements at once. So, in a weird way to put it, I feel like it would be a water and fire bending technique. I don't think it'd be earth and air. I think it would specifically be water bending and fire bending for doing a long life technique. Because it would be. I think. I don't think any of them are, to be honest. Because Toph says it's a rare technique, but I feel like Toph, off if anything, for some reason, they don't show it, but I feel like Toph would be able to lava bend, and I feel like it's more based off the bender themselves. Like Bolin, I believe, could metal bend if he put his mind to it correctly, but he's not. Because if you notice, so all subbendings that go against like to the next one, it's always applying another bending technique to that bender's element. So for example, it's like metal bending. Metal bending is earth applied to earth. Sand bending is air applied to earth. Earth lava bending looks like it's water bending applied to earth. Earth, but also mud bending is water bending applied to earth. Earth, but it's also fire bending at the same time applied. So it's how can the person who's learning the bending apply it? Blood is water bending applied to water bending. So I think it is very much more of a question of bending seems to be held back, one by the person writing it, two by how the user themselves applies it. So, okay. Eric's air would be a... So if we take it from the logic, airbending, the next step up would be, I think, storm bending or full-on weather bending basis. It could be sound. This is the part of if you're going to apply bending, because this is the weird part. If you applied so earth with earth seems to create metal bending, I say, because it's applying extra toughness to an already like tough element. So wouldn't it make sense? That's what I mean. It seems to be most sub-elements in terms of, I'd say, a form being applied to another, to its own form, seems to be a basis for another, the like step rather than a continuation of its own like usage. So if we take, for example, firebending, I'd say firebending applied to firebending is lightning bending. Applying being earth to earth, metal bending, doing water bending applied to water bending equals blood bending. It's a subtype where you're taking the element and pushing it further with itself, whereas if you're pushing it against itself. Oh, fucking hell. Terrifying. Colosseum dungeon. Okay, let's go home. Because we need to empty out some of our shit from our backpack. Okay, so if we go into our stomach. Okay, all blocks go in the block chest. One of these was iron spells, wasn't it? Yeah. That's an equipment. That's Tensura stuff. That one goes in there. Okay, now. This is what I mean. So it's a question of how does one apply the element and how does that element then come out from that application? Which always seems to be then turn in, if I change that into fire and ice. Say that's Tensura. 1 second, I'm just sorting out the chests. That one's ice and fire. That one I put the other one in there. That one I put the other dragon stuff. Wood, tree. Yeah. I do think Avatar could do with a lot of their stuff looked over in more of a light of where should it have gone compared to where has it gone. Because it does seem a lot of the stuff that they could have like pushed into, they decided not to. I think they would have benefited a lot if they had thought, let's not go against some of the rules that they set. To me, that made sense because the basic of Seismic Sense wasn't. It seemed less like it was based as how she was looking through the earth and more. She is older. I thought earthbending, when it reached that point, was more basing it off. Is she looking through the earth via seismic sense, actually looking through the earth with Theory, or was she looking at the element itself through the earth? And it always seemed, well, it shouldn't just be looking through the element, it should be echolocation. I'm close to doing the stack upgrade, but I should be able to do the stack upgrade when I actually go into the dungeon. Do I want to do the magnet upgrades? Yes, I should, because then I can edit what I'm picking up inside. Yeah. A lot of them would be good concepts if they took them further than they did, but they decided to like cut off where they were going and go for more of a this is a set thing. I also love from the entire Ember Island play the fact that it shows that none of the fire soldiers wanted to say they got beat up by a blind little girl. They decided, that's going to make us look bad, so they said it's a giant buff dude. We didn't get beat up by a little blind girl. We got beat up by a giant blind man screaming in our faces. That's why Evans are burst. No other reason. Then around here. Nope. I need to go on a diamond hunt. Because I'm going to need the stack upgrade. I'm also going to need it so I can do general upgrades to all my backpack items. I still like the fact of, even though they did that, they still described like exactly how Toph dresses. So like the dude is in a skirt. The giant earthbender version of Toph is in a skirt and has the same hairstyle. So they thought, well, we can't lie about that. We only lie about what they look like. Can't lie about the clothing. We'll only lie that it's meant to be a giant buff dude. I mean, it's not. It's the part they could have done more if they. I think what could really be done is if they had spent another season on Aang but that could also be waved away with like cartoon logic. It's because he's never like. So if we take, for example, him, the really stupid one of when he's got the ocean spirit and he freezes the lake after he knocks some soldiers into it. A lot of them wouldn't have come back up in time, but they play it off because none of them are like actively going out eye to eye killing someone. That's the other bit, that it's not just like, oh, we're generally fighting, someone could get hurt. The Ozai killing is Aang's gonna have to look this man in the eye and kill him, which is honestly quite a full-on thing to do comparatively to what it could have been. Did I seriously not bring any gold? I didn't bring any gold. How cold? Because it is the difference of, let's say he did accidentally kill some of the people. Oh, and it's not just way cartoon logic. It's the difference of Aang's now looking at this person in the eye and killing them. Keeping earthbenders prisoner. Firebenders soldiers burned in the avalanche. Again, could be waved away with cartoon logic. Which I think a lot of times where it's like, well, he could have killed them. It is kind of waved away with cartoon logic and gone. Yeah, but did he? Did he though? Oh yeah, the guy smiled and bang before. Ozai was a psychopath. But from Aang's perspective, every life is sacred. Which Aang, technically, although it is handed to him by a lion turtle, is in keeping with Aang's character. He didn't want to kill, but they show like Aang doing it. Make it then there's a whole season of, instead of, we know Sozan's comics coming, give it that slight bit more time in terms of us seeing it as the viewer, and make it then in that time it's. Yes, but they don't like to admit that. The amount of things that have to die to grow plants is astonishing. But they tend to wave that away because they go, but that's like the normal cycle. Well, it's not. Human agricultural cultivation takes a lot more than it should. A lot of avatars just, it's, the world is based for them in black and white. Not killing someone is viewed as childish when it's not viewed as, well, if there's a chance not to kill someone to save the world, shouldn't we at least look into that option? But Aang didn't favoritize Tenzin. They even say that even his kids say, yeah, Aang spent more time with Tenzin, because of course he would, because he's the only airbender and he needs to pass down so much culture, but none of them call him a bad dad. They say he was Dad's favourite, but even that feels wrong for Aang's character. So, it also feels weird that we didn't explore more of, what's it called? of energy bending, such as Korra's one is Korra failed, I believe failed as like an overall for one reason, because the writers kept going off that they thought every time that they did one, the next part would be the end. There would be no more. And since they did it like that, it turned everything into a but also for some reason they've jumped technologically again. I don't think they should have made the technological leap. I don't think technological leap makes sense for Avatar, because yes, we understand like tank upgrades was like a thing for the Fire Nation, but even then the Fire Nation wasn't. I don't think we saw light bulbs in like the 100-Year War part. So like the giant jump in Industrial Revolution doesn't make sense for Avatar when you have bending, because bending should then affect more of how technology is shaped. Like for instance, cars. Cars make sense in our world because we needed a form of transportation, and we are limited by what we physically could do. In the Avatar world, it doesn't make sense because the physical limitation of movement, for example, is not the same. It's also the lightning bending becoming a more widespread doesn't work for me, because one of the parts of, so for example, if you take Zuko's firebending training, we're quite literally shown and proven that lightning bending will not work unless the person is sound of mind, and or they have to already have mastered it while being sound of mind, and then it's a intrinsic, like they can use it. How is every single one of these people that stable of mind? How is Mako stable of mind? This is what I mean. Of Azula is one of. Azula goes under the category of she learned it when she was still sound of mind, because Azula never. Azula's like downfall is sped up too much. It needed more time to be fleshed out. This part, she learnt lightning bending while being mentally balanced for her, because she knew she was a monster. She knew she was like, she accepted it. She was sound in terms of self-actualization. She wasn't sound in terms of sort of being a good person or being mentally good. Whereas Zuko was mentally bad. He couldn't quite accept what he was. Azula was mentally accepted that entire bit, and then she goes on to then do like all the fights, and then when she has a mental bit, she's still able to lightning bend, which to me makes sense because it's one of those of she's learned the technique, she's done it so many times naturally that then it's less about her mental balance, and it's now she can do it because she's trained enough that she can do that no matter what, which would make sense for Azula. Azula's whole point of her bending was that she was the perfect. She's a firebending prodigy. Zuko's never stated to be a firebending prodigy, whereas Azula is. So it makes sense that the prodigy. But this is the thing: how did Mako? Because we've seen Mako and we've seen how he's acted. How did he have the mental stability to do it? That man couldn't pick an apple from a pear if someone offered him in. But this is the part. If it goes widespread, I still think they should care the limitations because then it makes sense. It's like Toph's daughters. It is all of the Beifong family afterwards seem to know seismic sense. This makes sense. But then, if they all know seismic sense, I feel like they shouldn't be as good of it as Toph. Toph should be the bit because she is blind. The best way to learn seismic sense should always be you have to actually be blind, because the basis of having your eyes should create like a mental issue of you cannot truly give in to seismic sense seeing abilities, whereas Toph never would have had that issue because she doesn't see that way. She sees through seismic sense. Those are the kind of things I wish they went into more of. If a technique has a limitation, keep the limitation. But this is also the part that even in like the comics, Toph creates a metal bending school. Originally, actually in that school, she has 4 main students, and after that it blooms more. But where's the cutoff? If something becomes unlimited, when does it become like when does it stop being interesting? If something doesn't have a limitation, you start to go into everything becomes a little bit bullshit. And you don't want everything to go a little bit bullshit. It's also one of Sparky Bucky Boo Man is missing his leg and his arm because of where he was learning the technique. How the fuck does she have all her limbs? How? If combustion bending is that volatile and it's how we've been shown it, why does she have all her limbs? I wanted to be missing some. He lost them during training. Because, of course, to train to it, you've got to fucking go through it. But why did it seem like her one was so much? It's also, by the time she's around, so Aang's happened, Yang Chen has been dead for years. Who's teaching these people? Where is this school of combustion bending gone? That's also my other point. I believe if I was to do like my overlapping elements, I think combustion bending, if I was to put it anyway, is spiritual bending's overlap for fire bending, because it's applying spiritual, like, here is a chakra point, here is a point to like focus. That is its version of its overlap, which I'd love to see earth bending's overlap for spiritual bending. I feel like airbending would more be, if I was to like base it, it would more be like high-powered air pressure, but it would be a limitation in terms of if you take away that, you can't do like sweeping things. But yeah, like compressed air. I think it would be less explosive at the end. I think it would be more like a cutting tool. It wouldn't make sense to me for the air bending to be bending to like at the end explode. It would make more sense if it was to like cut, like if I was to use like a pressure washer. It makes sense. Everyone needs air. But it also it loops back to stuff like, at what point does Earth stop being Earth? Why doesn't everyone just bury everyone? This is one of the parts of Zahir seems to reach a point in his training that he believes he's good enough to do it. But then he at the same time just carries on without like thinking back. Whereas, what is it? It's Zahir. I don't think Pali. I think Pali shows up later. The Lava Bender and the Waterbender show up and fight Tenzin, and Tenzin holds his own, which makes massive sense. And airbending is shown to be to me that made more sense because although Aang was spiritually adept, it feels like Tenzin. I think the entire reason why Tenzin is shit at his spiritual depthness is partly that his mum's Katara, because Katara always seemed it has like what was it she had. He's where he gets his anger issues from because he couldn't because he got the same kind of anger issues. It's Katara in Aang's body. Because he had that same like mentality, he could never properly do it because he would get pissed off, but he just couldn't outwardly admit it. Which then makes sense for why he wasn't as in depth as technically he should have been. Wait, no, I want to be going home, which is over there. Where is it? CMR. Where's H? H is over there, that's why. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen One Piece. I haven't watched Egghead Island arc, and I haven't read into Albarth, but I know what's happening in them. Oh, Paramecia. I think if I was to grab any Paramecia, I think I would enjoy the Oppo Oppo no Mi, but to be honest, if I was in the One Piece universe, I don't think I'd be one to choose fruit abilities. I absolutely love swimming. I love being in water. I'd rather have to spend my time training to be able to use abilities rather than abilities via Devil Fruit. You don't. This is the thing. It's based off. They say it's based off if you're a doctor. I think that's more of the problem of the outer understanding of it. Understanding of like what's his name? The guy who found law, because he's like, if you're a doctor, you're better. I think it's less if you're a doctor, you're better. This is the part. A lot of it is based off creativity, and it's the people's understanding that then fucks it up, rather than creativity itself. But I think if they went more into like how they view creativity, it would work better if it was not if they how they view it, how others view it, which I do think is already like written into the story, which makes sense. Yeah, stuff like that. What was I going to do? I was going to do stack upgrades. Waffle could have done so much more, but he's an idiot, so he was never going to reach the part that he should have technically reached. Let's do 4 for a minute. Oh, he could have done way more, because the assimilation part of his ability is never taken to its fullest, because technically he should be able to assimilate. So let's say when he eats Sanji, if he eats Sanji, how far does this assimilation go? Is it into the fact if it can affect his DNA? Because if it affects his DNA, then if he eats Sanji, does that mean he gets all of Germa 13's in genetics? Does it stick? Where is the cutoff point? But it always seems a lot of them don't want to find their cutoff point. But it's all, so we know it's based, Devil Fruit is based off, if you want to awaken them, you need to know the will of the fruit. What is the will of the eating fruit? What is the wish? What motherfucker said, "This is my wish"? With it, I want to know what kind of asshole that was. Because they never explore that of what is the will of some of these fruits. But they definitely should have. There. Whopper Metal is just a broken thing in general. This one's going to be my chest upgrade one. Is there anything else I need before I go off to try and fight? Go through a little bit of the dungeon. I've got weapons. I could probably do with making the hoe and the shovel for later. No, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's not even 4, it's 3. Can he eat liquid metal? If he eats liquid metal, is Whopper metal that comes out going to be liquid? What happens if he eats sea stone? Does his power just become mute? That's the kind of stuff I would like to know. Would he then gain the technical? What if he ate upon a monolith? does he also gain the knowledge of the thing that he eats? I think I do wish a lot of them had more, what's it called, more in-depth / competent users, but not everyone's going to be the best. But it does seem like a lot of people are not the best for their fruit. It's like Kaido and Whitebeard. If they had each other's fruit, they'd be so much better at what they did. Because they would have matched the will of their fruit comparative to what they actually do. Because, like, what was it? Whitebeard's fruit basis is that it's meant to be one to destroy the world. Yeah. But, like, Bucky with Chop Chop fruit doesn't work for him. So he's never going to awaken it. So I'd love to see, like, Whitebeard's Devil Fruit in Kaido's hands would have been fucking devastating. Because Whitebeard's fruit was made for destroying the world, which is what he wanted to do. So if he had had it, that he would have been so much better comparatively to how like Whitebeard and stuff use it, but it doesn't happen. Okay. So I got a free entry token. Oh yeah. Giving this shadow fruit to someone with competence. Okay, what weapons do I have? So if I go this one. Inherit power turns your opponent neutral or temporarily dominates weak opponent. It's not true. No, change out ice breathing for thunder breathing. Be great interrogation tool. Poison I really need to carry on working on. What's manipulation? I'm not quite sure, because I have Haki. True. Yes, I am picking up the loot. But I need to jump if I'm using Haki as a... that is also one point of where is the cutoff of it being useful in terms of can I steal a shadow from a soul-bound object, or is it just fully sentient, like its own self? Because it's based off. I don't think Big Mom's fruit gives things a soul. But then I do question if the whole part of Luffy being able to absorb the shadow was Luffy being able to absorb the shadow, or if it was more that's something the fruit should be able to do in general. Someone should be able to do in general, because I wouldn't be surprised if Luffy's whole being Nika was the reason he was able to take in the shadows and be relatively okay. True. Do-do-do. I'm very much enjoying them not being able to see me right now. Imagine if Gecko Moria used the Shadow Fruit correctly at Marineford. I think what we're, like I said, if you swapped Kaido's and Whitebeard's fruit, it would have been, Whitebeard would have been unstoppable. But he wouldn't have been able to awaken the fruit, because I don't think the fruit aligns with Whitebeard, to be honest. I think so. I'm more surprised there wasn't anything weird with Luffy Shadow. Now, the stuff that we do know. Spear. I think more what Whitebeard would have needed is if Whitebeard had a Logia type. I'm close to mastering self-generation. I've taken that much damage. True. That way. I mean, giving Whitebeard basically any other fruit but his own already increases him to so much higher. Because the fruit to break the world does not make sense for a man who specifically just wants a family and wants to protect. just 3 slimes. No, they're both at max. Ah, I failed that one. Oh. I'd love for there to be a... We haven't seen one. But if there was to be a Zoan type of Sun Wukong, that would be so interesting to me. Because we know we have the human fruit model Buddha, so is there a monkey fruit model Sun Wukong? Why can't I hit you? There you go. Sell that, I can sell that, I can sell that. Low Majesty I need. I don't know why I dropped those boots. This is what I mean of. It's also how much of the wish. I would love to know from the fact that it's based off wishes. How is the wish based? Like, is the wish it has to be someone wishing they could do it, or is it a wish of how is the wish based in terms of how the ability comes out? Like, is Paramecia type the string fruit just someone wishing to be a seamstress? Also, it's just the right fruit for Luffy. That one. Oh, I got 3 points. That skill tree's done. That skill tree part's done. Also the fact that Luffy is a guy who just enjoys freedom to the max. So giving him the epitome of all freedom fruit. But I don't think if Luffy was any smarter, his fruit would be as effective. Shit. I didn't think that would kill me. I need 25 coins. 25 coins, how much is 2? So we'll take 2, because that means next time I don't have to worry about it. 1, 2, 3. So also, how many pantheons truly exist in the world? So is there full-on... Which would make sense for Wukong to exist, because Wukong is meant to be part of the Buddhist mythology, technically. Imagine any Christianity fruit. Be massively overpowered immediately. I should be practicing as poison, because I get permanently turned on. acid poison. It didn't reset because I didn't leave. Now I have acid poison. That means I can turn it on. I think there might be a three-headed dog in Japanese culture that's not, but then it's just name service because it's the translation. I can't quite remember. Go the wrong way. Yes. Even though it's always technically the fruit ate the sword. I forget how overpowered bleeding is. I do have Great Sage turned on, don't I? Yeah, I do. Another one for this one. It's fine. Also, know in this building, there's in the dungeon, there's a great way to level out your degeneration, like separation skill. Because you can click on one of these ores because they can't break because of the fact where the ore is, so you can use that to get your separation skill to max and then level out the entire skill altogether. She gave life to... She tends to not give life to things she should give life to. I also feel like her giving life ability should be awakened, because her whole thing is to have children, which is creating life. This is where I died before, wasn't it? Yeah, TNT chest. She was stupid anyway. That one. So we can explore all the tide tunnels. Okay. Bronze chest. Picked the wrong one. I feel like at a certain point, it would stop being able to stack like that. Just because we do have the inclination that if a truly singular person has two devil fruit in them, with the overlapping Devil Fruit power cause like the rebound effect to happen to kill the new created thing. I love the idea of this tiny little slime guy just running around breathing lightning and fire and everything. That way, because we need to see all the bits go. Cool. 5,000, so my pickaxe should be there soon. I think the more reason of the person who've had study Devil Fruits is Dr. Vegapunk. They can't guarantee that they'd be able to get a Devil Fruit back, or either of them back, because there's a chance those Devil Fruits are then gonna appear somewhere they don't want it to. And do you want to have to explain that you've lost 2 Devil Fruit? 1. True. I mean, the only instance that they've technically had in the universe now of it not working is what's called what's his name? Is it Ultranite Waves I got then? Yeah. Is Blackbeard. But Blackbeard is because he himself is a Cerberus person. Or the fact he's already hard enough to kill, so trying to feed him another fruit. Oh, there's not one frog. Don't die, Aqua Frog, I need to eat you. Perfect. Aqua Frog. So he will be spiritual. Water. So that means I get acid rain. They've partially explained it, but I also understand why it hasn't been overly done. So I want to go number 7, acid rain. This also one of, we've seen, it said the nearest fruit, and we were showing the one on the tree, but even then that's not like the nearest fruit on the tree. So is it just the nearest, like clump of fruit? What is the radius? I don't have a tail. Also, does the will of the fruit affect like the reincarnation? Will a fruit not reincarnate if the will of it like wants like time? I can learn Demon Lord Haki now. Put that there. Did I get Steel? Yes, I did. Shit, no, I need to change. No, I don't want the deer. Or even the fact that no one ate it. So I would love to know if Devil Fruit have like a temptation effect they can do. Like, can they tempt someone to eat them, and then they can also like try their best to like not tempt someone to eat them? I feel like more would be like affecting probability. So like, if it didn't want someone to eat it, would it like more likely make it so that person's gonna like get attacked? Yeah. Does it do its own version of Final Destination? If someone it doesn't want to eat it goes to try and eat it, like you're more likely to get hit by a ship attack. I forgot how broken Acid Rain is. Gold chest. Don't even need them. Oh, it's a metal slime. Slime escaped. How? What level is my armor? I mean, 2000s. Okay. I do feel like that was more of a luck. But I could 100% see Dolphamingo because of the way he was, like, having, like, an apple on him. Just having one. He's a rich kid, he's just like, I want fruit. I'm going to carry one with me. And then, just by chance, he managed to get it. But it's also a lot like the government wouldn't give it to him because he has the whole semi-celestial dragon status. Silver chest. I believe I can sell that. I can sell that. He's an evil bastard in general. Across his chest. That's true. Protection, Bane of Arthropods. I don't think I have a bucket yet, but I'll take it. What was surprising about Kuma for me was more they went through all the stuff to make him into the what's it called? Into this pacifist robot, but then they didn't get Vegapunk involved to try and replicate his fruits. Because it's like, he's the perfect test subject for it. He's strong, he's more capable, he's more likely to survive. I've mastered Acid Rain. Because they say the Zoan is the only one with, like, its own will, but then it feels like, why add that limitation that only Zoans can have their will because of the animal? If it's all a wish, why not make it then any wish has like the will of the person who made the wish? See, I've now got Armosaurus Shield. True. Go. Worth the tax. Oh wait. Now I'm gonna die spiritually. Fuck. I should really change what's on. I've got Acid Rain. Because Haze is on all my other screens, isn't it? Yeah. I don't need to buy any more then. I do need... I don't need to do my coins yet. I was going to do something else. I need 2 of my silver coins. No, 3. Oh yeah, I need to be on the coins. I need to be in water for water motivation. I forgot that. Wait, can I use air flight through here? I can. To get back to where it was. Because none of these would have respawned in time. It's like an hour on the celestial one, isn't it? As well. Not really right now, because I want to get the because I want to do one at a time so I can make sure, like, I don't want to upgrade my pickaxe on this one because I can make myself into a metal slime sooner if I can get fortune onto that pickaxe, because I can mine, what's it called? I can mine magical with the netherite, but I can't mine it with low magical ore. Also, right now I'm not fine. I just want to get back to like the same floor range I was on. So I'm kind of just sprinting to using air to get through quicker. Back to where I was. That way. I don't think... Can I get it with UpToDate from my quests? Yeah, UpToDate does give me... Yeah, but if I clear 50 floors of the dungeon, I get the iron coin, which also gives me the chance. Oh yeah, Rimu defeat also gives me a gold coin. Cryptis, existence points. Yeah, it gives you EP and a low match steal. But really, I need to become a metal slime before I do any of that. It's more I need to get parts for Rimu, which is also stuff like slime cores. To summon him. Excuse me. This way. That one's open, so I would have done it. Supermassive slime has appeared, so Ifrit should appear now. Then which was it, that way I went? It is... I failed the challenge. Why do I have corrosion? Do-do-do. Yeah, because that one's almost there. Just needs 300 more EP and then it's netherite level. I should be fine, because the Godly Craftsman guy here, I do start collecting enchantments from any of the gear, so I go disenchant it first, and then from there give it to then go and sell it. Because then later on I can always spend a little bit of money or send a little bit of coin from here to re-up to get back all the enchantments and then put that into my own Godly Craftsman. I've learnt 2 hockeys now. They really do, but in its defense, there's not that many otherworlders currently introduced in that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Team T-Chess, Kill Hounds failed because they went out of their range. Paralysis chest. Okay. No, because the healer one is... I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know they are otherworlders. I don't think they're in the anime, because this does go a little bit off manga rather than just what's in the anime. Not a lot. I know this has got to be loud, but it's also loud in my ears. There you go, Mastered Hockey. That can also master Mortal Fear. Demon Lord Hockey. I've watched all the anime, but I feel like there should be more that should be included, because they currently go off a lot of like, Rimu's done this, Rimu's done this, and then it's resulted in this. He now has Raphael and has the ability to get more skills. Like, go more into some of the more interesting parts of the system than just he's running a country. This is how the country's going. I want more, like, have Rimuru have to go through a dungeon somewhere else to improve his dungeon. He's like, I'll actually go do a dungeon and see more what it's like. What's my EP like right now? Quite high. Although I should switch out normal hockey for Mortal Fear. I know, but I'd like to at least get... I want to get my gear up to matching netherite or higher. Shit. TNT chest. I don't feel like I'm stable enough in the way that I play to go beat them. Like in the dungeon, maybe, because then I also get rewards at the same time. I don't think outside the dungeon I'm competent enough yet. At least in this playthrough. I definitely think I need to become a metal slime first, which I can bear my chances by getting some of the stuff in here. Dum, 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 dum. That one. Mortal Fear has been acquired. Yes. Am I going? Yeah. I think I can get more. I normally do the labyrinth first, because labyrinth is way easier. I'll protect the shrine. Shit. How many ways? 18. Okay. Get on top of the shrine. That should be. No, because I still want to become a metal slime first. I'm sorry about the noise. It's just that I can push through. Because I should get some gold tier rewards. Although I'm giving it fear. I do wish on this type of shrine, whenever it's a protected one, you can speed up the waves. That was a special one. Come on. Give me all. 1:14. 4 more rounds to go. 4 more of my ears dying to the noise. So I'm pushing out so much aura. Keep on coming, keep on spawning. You haven't even touched the shrine. Oh no, you have. Bastards. But I don't know if I get more rewards if it's on 100% an elf. 2, 1. Fast protection, curse of vanishing. Dana Swift. Go on, Knuckle. Still low Magisteel. Oh yeah, got some levels. I got 2. Let's do it all into the resistances around. Why are you dying? It's because you were trapped in a wall. Ah, perfect. Mortal fear. Gold chest, magic ore, mending, curse vanishing, thorns, depth strider. I can't sell the straddles, can I? There we go. Gold chest. Bronze chest, shield slime, some arrows. How is my backpack looking? Is it going alright? High Majesty or sword. Hell yeah. How's my armor? Should almost be at netherite. More physical attack resistance. Because I definitely don't think without pufferfish I would be living as long as I am. Oh, I'm having a thought. Do I on the vertical view? Because there's a weird gap right now between, at least on the vertical view, of what you see. So do I add the thumbnail to be in that weird gap? Maybe. Do. How much damage does this do? 20. Bum ba-dum. I don't think I've encountered yet. I haven't. I haven't encountered a single upgrade room. See my... Okay. It's 4,000 for them. Do. Bum ba-dum. Cover me in debris. Do 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 do. Process. I also wish that we could like re-up magical potions. Moth. I want to eat the moth. Oh, there's another one. So I feel like there's something I can get from it. Another resistance. One's chest. I think it doubles each time. Yeah, that way. Doo-doo. Quest? Gold quest. Shit. Out of the room. I don't think I'm strong enough. Heavenly Eye has been acquired. Because I don't have any spiritual attack damage. Channel power into. Just remind myself. I do think I have spatial. Deals 2 spatial damage. I now have Warblade. I got poison. Heavenly Eye. Hides all mobs. Disguise Steel. 50% chance to ignore grant. We're looking at a magic circle display type of magic it is. If I... Do-do-do. Come here. Punch TNT. Bum-ba-dum. Which one should I go for? That one is healing, but that one gives me more hearts. They've fallen off into the void. TNT chest. I mastered self-regeneration and got Heavenly Eye, but I didn't get a new version of Generation. Doo-doo-doo. My first one. Do them. There you go. Mending. Okay. Let's go sell. Do. Put the stuff I don't need in there for now. I also wish they sold more in this shop. My backpack. There we go. Grave. Costs of gold. Gold. 25 silver. Thorns cost 10 silver. What did I take from this? Cost of gold. Section 2. There we go. All my stuff has thorns now. Is there anything from you I want? I can't get any of them because you're going to be all gold, aren't you, you twat? Yeah. And you just sell food. Which is not useful to me. Because I don't really eat because I'm a slime. Low magic steel. Gorgeous. Okay. serpent shoes. Process chest. I should really get this maxed out because I can stick Predator with it. And that's the same one. I have so many potions. Bum. Ba-dum. Process. Shadow motion does work in here, but of course my dumbass hasn't eaten an Enderman yet. Come on. Damn it. One many 2 hits. Ending. Use that to get the sweepy edge. No, I like to get, because low magic steel has like a weird drop off for me. I might as well just get it up to it because low magic steel is counted as the same level as diamond, weirdly, in terms of Tensura's usage. So like the netherite pickaxe can mine magic steel ore, but then the low magic steel one can't. So I would rather jump it to pure and then go from there. Hey, I got low magic steel armor now. I didn't even notice that. Paralysis, bronze chest. Cobblestone, paralysis, TNT. Gold chest. Ooh, a diamond. Silver chest. Oh, another. I don't know how I'm so I'll wait a second. Enchanted. Do do do. Hundreds. Cano. No. Wait. Can I? Ability activation failed. Okay. Let's go. Exit. Fake wall. Aw. Dwarven village, have it in the stone, make it so the magic potions you can get from here can be sold. It'd be wonderful. Because I'm not going to use all these. Or make it so I can mix together as a slime or with a skill to level out the potions. Body armor acquired. I don't have Blizzard yet. Because I need to get a greater spirit. And the spawning spirits only count as medium. Two, one. Two. Process breath. Process breath. There you go. High Majesty. Shit. Hey, High Majesty armor. More hearts. That's 30. Went the wrong way. Silver chest. A massive heavenly eye. Low match seal, so I need to get up to high. Across his chest. What did that one drop? Elemental core. To luck. Ten attack damage. I'd still be better off just maxing out my breath. Nice, a fun breath. Flame breath has been mastered. Earth manipulation. Earth attack resistance. Okay. So, earth attack resistance. Spiritual. I got earth. Earth storm. Earth manipulation, earth transform. I've got wind. No, I don't have wind. Shit. It's fine. I do have water. I do have space. I do have earth. Water, earth. I have flame, but I can't mark it down yet. Earth transformation, water, space. There you go. Fucking hell. Yeah, I gotta go coin. I can't remember what Mark gives me. Thank you. Three. Spatial domination. Spatial domination has been gained. I don't think it allows me to do it in here though. But I think spatial manipulation is technically, and domination is technically blocked. There we go. High Magic Steel. Pure Magic Steel. Elemental resistance. Hey. Slotting allows elemental cores. Doo-doo-doo. A Magic Steel Hoe. Protect the shrine by blowing out my ears. Close to mastering of fear. Massive mortal fear. This is one where they could use for this. It should have, like the other ones, a speed up function. Excuse me. Come on. Let's max this out. Do. I could really do with upgrading Aura Sword. I'm just spamming Aura Sword as I'm doing this. Salamander. Fire, Firebolt, Fire Breath, Fire Breath Nation. Flame Transform. Spirit So I got flame. She got me fire. Flame breath. I don't think I got firebolt. I did get firebolt. Yeah, because it always gives you the base with a chance of a greater ability add-on. Cold resistance on earth attack, resistance on flame attack, heat nullification on, pain nullification no, physical. Ignore. Oh, okay. Spatial weakness, poison resistance. I should turn on poison. I don't think I've marked poison resistances down. That was one. No, I didn't. Well, that's a great one to practice the Aura Sword on. There we go. High Magic Steel Ho. I'm pressing the wrong one. Bum-ba-dum. Not power resistance. I have 45 armor. So I've got the same as if I put on dragon armor. Or use dragon skin. Without any weapon. Is it because I'm wearing the shield? Yeah. Gold chests, magical. Sprint speed. I'm not exactly a citizen, Steve, but what was I supposed to tell him? I was from space? I've got a silver coin. I need to get spiritual attack. Sprint speed. Oh, there's an L. There's the other border. Six, 7. Yeah, but I didn't get it. Fail poison doesn't just kill me, does it? No. Oh, that was a special beast. Um. Okay, so I can either go down to the next level. Hey, sugar. Seven, 36, 18. Come on. Back up. High match steel. Slinger. I did try. I did eat him. You just... There's not always a 100% chance I'm going to get him. Two points. That's about right there. Fine. Down to the next level. Floor 9. Pure magic steel. So I need to get these to high now. More hearts. There. Hey! Tempest Scale Shield. Gonna have to switch to Slinger. Bronze chest. Swift, increased damage range on weapons attacks. I go down the other one. Probably, but I really enjoy doing a dungeon crawl. Plus, the overall XP gets me a higher chance to get my luck stat via the pufferfish skill tree. Plus, I'm probably not going to reach 450. I'm just trying to get enough that I can. I should be at a point soon where I probably can take. Oh yeah, I should eat you. One. I don't know if it will. Hopefully it does. Because the luck stat will affect general Minecraft luck as well. Which should affect chests and such. Hopefully it does. But then it also gives me like chances to get up physical attack and general resistances, not back attack, which will be hell out for just general fighting anyway. Bum-ba-dum. Four swords. Bronze chest. Smite. Come on, Aura Sword, because I can double my attack damage. I don't have a tame with me. Ooh. Adamantine. Okay, that was just a pig. Pure. Crushing. Increase weapons damage along with damage dealt to armor and all costing die ability. Dagger. First boss done. Hey, we got to the special one. We got to the special floors. That looks that. That looks that. Doing that one. Ah, it's just a general one. Good. Okay, they don't affect it. Okay, Ore Sword does. Okay. I didn't get it in time. Although there is an Ifrit close by. Shit. I died. Huh. Now I need to go to the other one. And that'll probably be it for today. Elemental core space. There you go. Let's go outside. Come on. There you go. I need to kill at least one thing. There you go. There we go. More luck. Two. Go. Elemental wind. Stomach 41. There we go. $46. Consume. 46%. Demon Slime, no, close. But that'll be it for tonight, because I'm tired and I've got shit to do tomorrow. Thank you everyone for coming, especially once again, thank you to a bucket, dear God. God, I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.